men, but teenagers, women, LGBTQAI plus persons, and persons with disabilities are at more.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible? Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished and special guests. My name is Leandi Esterhuizen. I'm the Provincial Manager for the Commission for Gender Equality in the Free State. And welcome to the launch of our digital education material as developed by the Free State CGE and its partners. I will be outlining the program and thereafter just giving some important instructions to note for the duration of the program. After my opening and program outline, we will have housekeeping and evacuation procedure from a Bonn Hotel representative. We'll have an official welcoming and acknowledgement of guests by our HOD for Public Education and Information, Ms. Pilisiwe Gabela. We will have the setting the tone, a reflection of the theme and background of the digital education concept by Ms. Butumelo Zwane from the Free State CGE. We will then have the screening of our first digital education material club, the technology facilitated gender-based violence, sexting and cyberbullying. Thereafter, we will have a 10-minute comfort break outside the venue. Upon the return, we will have the screening of our sexual harassment club. After the screening of the sexual harassment club, we will do a recognition of the team that planned and developed these clubs. We will then have messages of support from the University of the Free State, PANCEL, and the Free State Deaf Association. After which we'll have a facilitated plenary discussion where we will be discussing two questions. When gender and disability intersects, what are the challenges? And what does the disability sector require to address these challenges? We'll then proceed to lunch. Upon a return from lunch, we will have a keynote address from Commissioner Mfundu Nombungu, a commissioner of the CGE, and we will then close our program with the way forward and a vote of thanks and the evaluation and closure, which will be conducted by myself. Just an important note before I have the Bonn Hotel representative come and do our housekeeping is that anyone who is going to ascend the podium to address the team, please be mindful of our interpreters. If you do need to pass by the interpreters, make sure that you pass by behind them so as not to interrupt the interpretation for our deaf audience members. And as well, you will note that there is a white ribbon at each of the seats. If you can please tag your white ribbon as a show of solidarity with the disability community. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Bonn Hotel Bloom Central. I'm Sasa, I'm the Sales and Marketing Manager here. I'm going to inform you about our housekeeping rules and the fire drill in case something happens. Our bathrooms, we have one at the back passage. We also have one that is wheelchair friendly. There's also bathrooms this side where you welcome the side at the foyer. In case of an emergency, please use the stairs. They are next to your lift on your right hand side. When you're from the bathroom, they'll be on your left hand side. Should you need anything, there is an MOD on duty. Please, you can ask anything from him. And then the Wi-Fi password for today is Ki December Boss with an exclamation mark. Enjoy your day with us.
Thank you, Sasa. I will now ask Ms. Pilisiwe Gabela, our HFD for Public Education and Information, to ascend the podium to conduct our official welcoming and acknowledgement of guests.
The Commission for Gender Equality, Commissioner Nomvungu, the Pan South African Language Board, the Center for Universal Access and Disability Support of the University of Free State, the Gender Equity and Anti-Discrimination Office from the University of Free State, our distinguished guests, the Free State Deaf Association, the Deaf South Africa, the South African National Council for the Blind, the Blind South Africa, Chapter 9 and 10 institutions, all civil society organizations amongst us this morning, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, the institutions of higher learning, schools for learners with disabilities, all government departments present today, the media houses present here today and online, our special guests, the interpreters, all stakeholders joining us on the live streaming and social media platforms, the Free State Provincial CGE management and officials, our colleagues present here and online, our hosts, colleagues, a warm welcome. My name is introduced earlier on by the program director, is Pilisiwe Gabela, and you may please call me Pili. And I am the Commission's Head of Department for the Public Education and Information. And on behalf of the Commission, it is a great honor to welcome you this morning to our first ever historic digital education content launch engagement. This multi-sectoral initiative, it aims to create awareness about technology-facilitated gender-based violence. The Commission, in its public education and information mandate, is responsible for developing education and information programs that promote gender equality, thus empowering the citizens with education knowledge, with the aim of rooting out gender discrimination. CGE is alive to the discriminations that intersect between gender equality and disabilities, and today we acknowledge the role that various partners have played in developing this CGE first ever collaboration education for people with blindness and deafness. Distinguished guests, you might be wondering perhaps if you are at the right place, and I do want to assure you that indeed you are at the correct address. So as we engage this morning, I want us to imagine if every space we entered, whether it is a workplace, a school, or society, was a place of true safety, respect, and inclusion, where no person had to worry about unwanted advances or disrespectful gestures, and where communication barriers never hid instances of sexual harassment. Yet for many in our communities and in the workplace, this is not the reality. Sexual harassment is often pushed into silence. It is misunderstood, and oftentimes it is simply overlooked. Data shows that there is minimal sales awareness that is custom made for people with deafness and blindness. So the program today is going to unpack what informed this initiative from legislation and CGE point of view. And by the end of the day, you will have seen why CGE has taken a multi-sectoral approach in formulating this education material. I also want to indicate that for a start, the Commission has piloted this initiative in Sotho and English Sign Languages. We intend to expand to other official languages, and our commitment is that this will be done in not so distant future. I'm alive, colleagues, to the fact that in as much as we are in Bloemfontein, however, we are being, we are engaging the country, and we have stakeholders online that might be wondering why CGE only decided to focus on Sotho and English languages if we have other official languages in the country. But the commitment that we are making as the Commission is that we are going to expand the initiative in other official languages in not so distant future. So please put off your jackets and receive as much information and engage us critically, colleagues, so that we can leave this room with correct information for dissemination to the deaf and blind community. We urge you to continue disseminating this information far and widely so that we can increase awareness against digital sexual harassment, digital discrimination, particularly for people with blindness and deafness. So colleagues, a warm welcome to this official launch and engagement, and I thank you.
Thank you, HOD. I will now be calling upon Butumelo Zwane, our Education Officer in the Free State, to present on us the reflections of the theme and background of the digital education concept. Thank you, Butumelo.
Good morning. How are you this morning? I'm freaking out. To see this come to life is what is having me have all of these emotions this morning. Let me take this opportunity to greet all of you colleagues, all protocol observed. I also want to greet all that are joining us online. Before we start, may I please request that we take a moment of silence in commemoration or in recognition of the campaign period that we are in, that is the 16 days of activism on no violence against women and children, as well as the Disability Rights Awareness Month that just ended yesterday. May I request that we please take a moment of silence. Thank you. So colleagues, as I start, who has gathered us here today? Let us not take it for granted that we are all familiar with the institution that has brought us here today. We are the Commission for Gender Equality, an independent statutory body that is created under Chapter 9 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. As the Commission for Gender Equality, we have a mandate to promote and protect gender equality in all spheres of our country, South Africa. That is the government, civil society, including the private sector. To this end, as the Commission for Gender Equality, our Act number 39 of 1996 gives us the powers to monitor and evaluate policies and practices of organs of state at any level, policies and practices of statutory bodies, functionaries, public bodies and authorities, including private businesses, in promoting gender equality and making recommendations where the CGE deems necessary. It is our vision as the Commission for Gender Equality, as an independent, constitutionally mandated organization that pioneers and catalyzes gender development and transformation, It is the mandate, the mission of the Commission for Gender Equality to lead, to promote, to protect, to monitor and evaluate gender equality through research, managing public education, through policy development, through legislative initiatives and litigation. Colleagues, the CGE aims to transform society by exposing gender discrimination in laws, in policies and practices, advocating changes in attitudes and gender stereotypes, and instilling respect for women's rights and human rights. Furthermore, while exposing gender discrimination, the CGE aims to highlight the multifaceted and intersectional nature of issues such as gender, disabilities, and languages. Now, I did mention that the CGE has various units: the research, public education, legal department, and so forth. But today, which unit is responsible for managing public education through which we aim to transform society? Colleagues, the Public Education and Information Department is the one that is tasked with ensuring and achieving strategic outcome 2 in the 2024-2025 annual performance plan of the Commission for Gender Equality, doing so through developing and managing information and education programs to foster public understanding of gender equality and the role of the Commission for Gender Equality. I usually say that as an education officer in the Commission for Gender Equality, I'm the runner of the office. I am the one at all corners of the Free State Province, ensuring that we spread the understanding of gender equality and the role of the Commission. The purpose, colleagues, of the strategic outcome is to conduct advocacy initiatives and public education interventions in the promotion of public understanding, as I said, of gender equality and access to justice. For a wider reach and impact, and in amplification of previous approaches such as the physical interventions that we have, as the PEI, or the Public Education and Information Department, we endeavor to implement its programs through approaches that leverage on technology to disseminate education and information. And through that, colleagues, this is achieved through the development of digital education content, such as the one that we are launching today. Now, I'm speaking about the development of digital education content. I'm speaking about, who the Department of the Public Education and Information unit is. But now, what have we called us here today? On what content exactly are we coming to talk about? But before I get into that, I just want to ask you a few questions. Has anyone ever sent you a video or a picture of a sexual nature that you did not ask for? And for that, I'm going to request a response. Has anyone ever sent you a video or a picture of a sexual nature that you did not ask for? Yes. Do you have any knowledge whatsoever of someone who has faced threats because they refused to send money to prevent their videos or pictures of a sexual nature being made viral? Yes. Lastly, can you recall a time when someone touched you, looked at you, or spoken to you in a sexual manner that made you feel uncomfortable? Yes. Right. That is exactly the content that is bringing us here together. Sexual harassment, cyberbullying, and sexting. We will go deeper into the content later on in the program. Now, colleagues, while social media enhances social, economic, communication, and globalization opportunities, it is crucial that we consider the threats that are inherent in the use of online and interactive technology. As I mentioned, 3 issues are at play here. Cyberbullying, sexting, and sexual harassment, colleagues, are issues that have an impact on human rights, and they compromise the realization of gender equality globally, without the exception of South Africa. South Africa is a country that is marred with inequalities that bear immense consequences for vulnerable people such as children, women, the LGBTQIA+ persons, and persons with disabilities. There is research, colleagues, that backs up what we are talking about. A 2023 report on the impact of cyberbullying in South Africa that was conducted by Masipepe Network has reported that according to 2018 survey by Ipsos, South Africa has the highest rate of cyberbullying in the world, with 51% of South African teens reporting that they have experienced cyberbullying. And as you are sitting there, some of you that are parents to teenagers with children, children that are teenagers with cell phones, you should be asking yourself, what have they been exposed to at this stage? In South Africa, cyberbullying has been on the rise under the shadow of COVID-19. COVID-19 brought us and made us much closer to our phones, to our laptops than ever before. Furthermore, a report of the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights on countering cyberbullying against persons with disabilities has stated that cyberbullying disproportionately affects marginalized groups and persons in vulnerable situations, including persons with disabilities. It furthermore highlights the plights that cyberbullying against persons with disabilities can also implicate the rights of cultural and linguistic minorities. Persons who are deaf or hard of hearing, for example, they constitute their own linguistic community, and their national sign languages are properly understood as minority languages, and in some countries are even recognized as an official language. Which country recognizes South African? I give you the answer. Which country recognizes sign language as an official language? Awesome, I give you 100%. The issue of sexting, colleagues, has become a global concern with diverse perspectives on its implications. While it may be seen as a normal facet of human sexual development, people in a relationship, they share beautiful images of themselves with the partner, because it's a natural facet of human sexual development. It can also manifest as aggressive and harmful behavior linked to various problems such as risky sexual behaviors and increased vulnerability to online victimization. Now, colleagues, lastly, the Commission for Gender Equality's latest research on sexual harassment in higher institutions of learning, it recommended that it is crucial to ensure dissemination, awareness, and education regarding all available and applicable frameworks, policies, procedures, support, and response structures. Higher institutions of education must ensure that the university communities understands what constitutes sexual harassment for clarity and understanding that can in turn improve reporting and reduce perpetration. From all this research, colleagues, that I have alluded to, as a result, the CGE, we took keen interest that these 3 issues underscore a need for measures to proactively educate vulnerable groups about the complex, potential negative consequences of the digital age and other related violations. Now, this is where it gets interesting. From July 2024, the CGE Free State Provincial Office commenced the process towards the development of this digital education content on sexual harassment and sexting and cyberbullying. Three key issues were clear to us with the idea. Firstly, we knew that we wanted the content to be educational in respect of the three thematic issues. Secondly, we were sure that we wanted it to be recorded digitally. Thirdly, we knew that it should, as far as possible, leave no one behind, at least in the Free State. We then needed to ask ourselves, what did this mean? What do we mean by saying we did not want to leave no one behind? To us, colleagues, this meant that we needed to develop education content that will demonstrate diversity and inclusion in the dissemination of gender equality-related education and information. And in this instance, we are demonstrating diversity and inclusion in respect of gender equality, disabilities, and languages. The education content must be recorded into video clips. That is where we were meeting our key issue of recording it digitally. Furthermore, we wanted to develop education content that will reach deaf and blind community. We wanted it to reach Sesotho speaking or hearing people. And we wanted it to reach people who can read English. That's a lot, right? In one content, digital platform, if I may put it that way, or video, you have sign language, you have English, you have Sesotho. How do we do all of that? We will get to it. Pursuant to Article 21 of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, it states, Article 21, that states have an obligation to ensure the right to freedom of opinion and expression for persons with disabilities on an equal basis with others, including by recognizing and promoting the use of sign languages. Therefore, we were deliberate that we wanted the recorded video education to bring main attention to South African Sign Language as the main language in the videos, stepping outside of the norm. And that the same education content of the clips must also be made available in Braille. This education content is premised on three main frameworks, colleagues. That is gender mainstreaming, disability mainstreaming, and mainstreaming of languages. Following, conceptualizing the idea, being clear on what is it that we wanted, we then needed to think of the relevant partners. And as such, we developed a concept and began to approach the partners. It is henceforth today, colleagues, that we have the University of the Free State, we have the Pan South African Language Board, we have the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, we have Deaf South Africa, we have Free State Deaf Association, and we have the Government Communications and Information Systems. Colleagues, we are finally here. Today, we launch this digital content on sexual harassment, sexting, and cyberbullying on the 4th of December in the Free State Province, Bloemfontein. During the campaign period of 16 days of activism on no violence against women and children that is observed from the 25th November to the 10th of December, as well as the campaign period and a day after the Disability Rights Awareness Month that is observed from the 3rd of November to the 3rd of December. You are probably asking yourself, therefore, where are we going with this, Bitumelo? Colleagues, looking forward, it is envisaged that this education content be disseminated widely through electronic and digital media platforms, including printed in various languages and Braille. The CGE continues to engage with other partners that finds interest in amplifying education, awareness, and capacitation of vulnerable persons on gender thematic issues. And colleagues, as I say that the CGE continues to engage with other partners, who knows, maybe that partner is one of you. Also, we envisage this education content to be used as a resource by both private and the public sector institutions to raise awareness and provide gender equality education. And then as the Commission for Gender Equality, we will then continuously monitor the use of this digital education to assess and evaluate its impact in the endeavor to improve our education programs targeted at vulnerable groups. Colleagues, as I close, we look forward to future education and information dissemination initiatives with you, and as we ensure that this education content is used effectively. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Utumelo. We will now proceed to the screening of our first digital education content, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, sexting, and bullying, cyberbullying.
Ela hloko, dikateng tse tla arolelwa di tla kenyeletsa ditatemente le mantswe a ka amang habobebe bamamedi le babuhi ba bang, ho disetsa haufi le bookamedi bo kgothaleditswe ha dikateng di arolelana le bana. Ho amohelehile lenaneong la lesedi le thuto ya setjhaba la Khomishene ya Tekano ya Bong. Videong ena, Khomishene ya Tekano ya Bong e etsa temoso le ho fana ka lesedi ka ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano ya bong ho saeneng. O ka lebella ho ithuta ka ditlhaloso tsena, ka moo ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano le bong ho saeneng ho etsahalang ka teng, le ka moo o ka sireletsang wena le ba bang. O tla boela hape ho ithuta ka melao e amanang, ditlamorao tsa melao tsa bonkwapo saebeng, le ka moo CGE e thusang ka teng dinyeweng tsa bonkwapo saebeng. Ho fetoha technology ho entse hore ho be le lefatshe moo dintho di etsahalang ka potlako, mme batho ba nang le phihlello ya seo ba se batlang ka ho tobetsa konopo feela, hore na ba atamelana kapa ha ba atamelana, ba tsebana kapa ha ba tsebana. Re kgona ho fihlellana ka di-cellphone, di-laptop, marangrang a setjhaba, dipapadi tsa inthaneteng, jwalo jwalo. Disebediswa tsena le di-platform di entse ho be le lefatshe la cyber moo batho ba buisanang bo bona, ba etsang ho be le boemo ba ho tsebana le ho tshepana. Tshepo e etsa ho se be le tlhokomelo ya dikotsi tse ka bang teng. Batho ba bangata ba ba le seabo ka ho rata, ba bang ba susumeditswe, ha ba bang ba qobelletswe ho ba le seabo ho romeleng ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano. Diketsahalong tse ngata e ba mahlatsipa a bonkwapo saebeng. Ha hona motho ya sireletsehileng ka ho phethahala hore e se be lehlatsipa ho kenyelletsa banna. Le ha ho le jwalo, bana, basadi le batho ba sa itekanelang le setjhaba sa LGBTIQA+ ba ka ameha ha bobebe ho feta ho bonkwapo ba saebeng ka lebaka la ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano. Ke eng GBV e nolofaditsweng ke technology? GBV e nolofaditsweng ke technology ke ketso eo ka yona motho a le mong kapa ba bangata ba lematsang batho ba bang ho ya ka bomang ba bona ba thobalano kapa ba bong, kapa ka ho qobella ditlwaelo tsa bona tsa bong. Ketso e etswa ka ho sebedisa inthanete le kapa technology e tsamayang, ho kenyelletsa bonyonyobi, tlhekefetso ya motabo, ho senya lebitso, puo e tletseng lehloyo, kganyapetso le ho romella ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano e ka bakang temalo ya mmeleng, kelello, setjhaba, sepolotiki kapa moruo. Re ka hlalosa ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano jwang. Ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano ke ketso ya ho romela senepe le kapa ditshwantsho tsa hao tse ponopono kapa tse batlang di le ponopono ho sebediswa mekgwa ya elektroniki. E boetse e kenyelletsa ho romela melaetsa e ferehang kapa ya thobalano ho ba bang ka ho totobala kapa ho sebedisa di-acronym, dikgutsufatso le di-emoji. Ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano ho kenyelletsa ho arolelana le ho amohela melaetsa e totobetseng ya thobalano ka di-cellphone, ho sebedisa di-app tse jwalo ka WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, di-email, dipapadi tsa inthaneteng, jwalo jwalo. Ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano ha se ntho e kotsi ka mehla, le ha ho le jwalo. Ho romellana ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano le batho ba jwalo ka bana le bana ba tlase dilemong, batho ba sa itekanelang, batho ba baholo ba sa dumellaneng, ho nkwa ho le kotsi. Moo teng e leng bana, ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano maemong a mang ho ka hlophuwa e le pornography ya bana. Re ka hlalosa jwang bonkwapo saebeng? Bonkwapo saebeng ke ho hlorisa ho etsahalang ka disebediswa tsa digital tse jwalo ka di-cellphone, di-computer le di-tablet. Bonkwapo saebeng bo ka etsahala ka mongolo le di-app kapa inthaneteng le dibakeng tsa marangrang a setjhaba, diforamo kapa dipapading moo batho ba ka bohang, ba ba le seabo ho kapa ba arolelana dikateng. Bonkwapo saebeng bo kenyelletsa ho romela, ho phatlalatsa kapa ho arolelana dikateng tse mpe, kotsi, fosahetseng kapa tse theolang seriti mabapi le motho e mong. Bo ka kenyelletsa ho arolelana lesedi la botho kapa la poraefete ka motho e mong, ba baka tshwabo kapa tlontlollo. Bonkwapo saebeng bo bong bo tshela moedi ho ba boitshwaro bo seng molaong kapa ba tlolo ya molao. Tlhaloso ya bonkwapo saebeng e kenyelletsa makgetha ana a latelang. Ka maikemisetso. Boitshwaro bo tlameha ho ba ka maikemisetso, eseng ka sewelo. Iphetapheta. Ho hlorisa ho bontsha tlwaelo ya boitshwaro, eseng ketsahalo e le nngwe. Kotsi. Phofu e tlameha ho lemoha hore e ile ya bakelwa kotsi. Dikhompyuta, diselefounu le disebediswa tse ding tsa elektroniki. Sena ke se etsang phapang ho bonkwapo saebeng le ho hlorisa ho tlwaelehileng. Ka kopo ela hloko hore ketsahalo e le nngwe ya bonkwapo saebeng e ka tlalehwa. Ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano le bonkwapo saebeng e eba tlolo ya molao jwang? Ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano le bonkwapo saebeng ke mefuta ya merusu ka bong, mme di wela tlasa mokgahlelo wa dikgoka tse itshetlehileng ho bong tse nolofaditsweng ke theknoloji. Ho ata ha merusu ka bong e nolofaditsweng ke theknoloji ho a tshosa. Mofuta ona wa merusu o ka ba le mefuta e mengata, ho kenyelletsa bonyonyobi saebeng, pornography ya boiphetetso le tlhekefetso ya inthaneteng. Ho feta moo, merusu ka bong e nolofaditsweng ke theknoloji e ka ba le sephetho se sebe bophelong ba kelello ba lehlatsipa, boitshepo le bophelo bo botle. Molao wa difilimi le diphatlalatso wa 65 wa 1996 wa sebetsa ho bonkwapo saebeng. FPA e laola kabo le ho bontshwa ha mefuta e itseng ya dihlahiswa, ho kenyelletswa dikateng tse kotsi baneng. Batho ba bang le bonkwapo saebeng ba shebane le bana ba banyane dilemong ba ka qoswa ka molao. Diketsahalo tsa morao Afrika Borwa ke molao wa bonkwapo saebeng wa 19 wa 2020 o ileng wa saenwa morao ho thusa ho rarolla taba ya bonkwapo saebeng. O etsa hore ho be le ditlolo tsa molao tse fapaneng, tsa mefuta e fapaneng ya ditlolo tsa molao saebeng, ho kenyelletsa bonkwapo saebeng. O boetse o kenyelletsa ho theha yuniti e ikgethang ya ditlolo tsa molao saebeng e ka hara Tshebeletso ya Sepolesa Afrika Borwa, SAPS, ho fuputsa le ho tjhotjhisa dinyewe tsa ditlolo tsa molao saebeng, ho kenyelletsa bonkwapo saebeng. Molao wa Tshireletso Tlhekefetsong wa 17 wa 2011, Molao wa Tlhekefetso, o a sebetsa le ho ditlolo tsa molao saebeng. Molao wa Tlhekefetso o nehelana ka metjha ya tshebetso e tshwanang le lengolo la molao la tshireletso le tla kotjwa kgahlano le motho ya nang le boitshwaro bo bontshang tlhekefetso. Ona ke tokiso e fumantshwang setjhaba eo, ha e sa latelwe, e ka lebisang hore motho a tshwarwe le ho fumantshwa dikotlo tsa tlolo ya molao. Hona ho tsepamisa maikutlo ho boitshwaro ba mohlekefetsi le maikemisetso a ho baka kotsi. Mabapi le bana, ditlolo tsa molao saebeng tse boletsweng ka hodimo e tla ba karolo ya Molao wa Toka ya Bana wa 75 wa 2008, o laolang ka moo ho tla sebetsanwang le bana ha ba qoswa ka ho etsa ditlolo tsa molao le hore ke ditlamorao dife tseo ba tla tobanang le tsona. Bana ba dipakeng tsa dilemo tse 10 le 18 ba ka kwallwa tjhankaneng, empa feela e le ntho ya ho qetela le teng bakeng sa nako e kgutshwanyane ka moo ho kgonahalang ka teng. Le ha kwana Molao wa Phetolo wa Merusu ya Lapeng wa 14 wa 2021 ha o bolele ka ho totobala bonkwapo saebeng le ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano, empa o lemoha diketsahalo tsa tlhekefetso ya motabo, tshosetso le tlhekefetso e etswang ho lehlatsipa ka dipuisano tsa elektroniki. Hangata ke bo mang mahlatsipa a ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano le bonkwapo saebeng? Batho ba baholo ba fanang ka tumelo ba ka ba le seabo ho romeleng ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano. Le ha ho le jwalo, seo ha se ba behelle ka thoko kotsing ya bonkwapo saebeng. Dihlopha tse latelang tsa batho ke tse ka amehang ha bobebe ka ho fetisisa ho bonkwapo saebeng. Bana ba behilweng leihlo ke inthaneteng bakeng sa ho eketsa le phepelo ya pornography ya bana. Batho le bana ba sa itekanelang kapa ba nang le ditlhoko tsa thuto tse ikgethang e ka ba mahlatsipa a bonkwapo ha bobebe ho feta ba bang. Basadi ba ka behwa leihlo ke baratani ba bona bakeng sa merero ya matla le taolo. Banna bao e leng mahlatsipa a ho tshosetswa ka tsa thobalano jwalo ka mofuta wa boqhekanyetsi ba sa ema. Batjha bao e leng dilesbiene, ditabane, ditarasi kapa ba fetotseng bong ba bona ba ka ameha ha bobebe ke bonkwapo saebeng. Dikotsi tsa ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano ke dife? Bonkwapo saebeng le ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano ka baka hore mahlatsipa a be le ngongoreho le kgatello ya maikutlo, mme diketsahalong tse ding tse mpe haholo ho ipolaya. Batho ba bang le seabo ka ho rata ha bona ho romeleng ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano ba ba le tshwaro haeba senepe se bontshwa ba lelapa, metswalle, baithuti mmoho le batho bao ba sa ba tsebeng, mme ba tshaba bonkwapo saebeng kapa tlhekefetso ke bomphato ba ba ahlolang bakeng sa ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano. Ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano ho ka ba le ditlamorao tsa nako e tlang haeba setshwantsho se ba sala morao nako e telele. Nka sireletsana le ba bang jwang ho romeleng ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano le bonkwapo saebeng? Nahana ka ditlamorao tsa ho nka, romela kapa ho fetisa senepe kapa video ya hao ya thobalano kapa ya motho e mong ho batho ba bang, esitana le haeba ke batho bao o ba tshepang. Ba ka arolelana dikateng le batho ba bang morao ho nako kapa ba di sebedisa ho tshosetsa. Haeba o fetisetsa senepe sa thobalano, video kapa mongolo wa motho e mong ntle le tumello ya bona, ho hatikela tshepo ya bona le ho ba beha maemong a ka ba hlomphehang. O se ke wa nka ditshwantsho tsa hao tseo o sa batleng bohle, baithuti mmoho, matitjhere a hao, ba lelapa la hao, mohiri wa hao esitana le batho bao o sa ba tsebeng di bona. Hopola hore o ka lahlehelwa ke dikateng ha o lahlehelwa ke sesebediswa sa hao. Haeba mang kapa mang a o hatella hore o mo romelle dikateng tsa thobalano, o se ke wa inehela. Hopola hore mang kapa mang ya lekang ho etsa hore o etse ntho eo o sa e batleng ha se motho ya tshepahalang. Qobello ke mofuta wa boitshwaro bo dikgoka. Pele o tobetsa ho romela, hopola hore o ke ke wa kgona ho laola moo dikateng di ka yang teng. O se ke wa dumellana le ditseko tsa ho tshosetsa tsa tjhelete kapa tsa ditshwantsho tse ngata mme o di tlalehe. Eba motho ya emeng ka thoko ya etsang ho hong ha o se arolelane kapa bontshe ba bang dikateng tsa mofuta wa thobalano tseo o di fumaneng. Ke etsa eng haeba ke le lehlatsipa la ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano le bongwapo saebeng? Thuso eo mahlatsipa a ka bang le yona e ka kenyeletsa ho etsa tletlebo le SAPS, Lekgotla la Difilimi le Diphatlalatso kapa Khomishene ya Ditokelo tsa Botho ya Afrika Borwa. Diketsahalong tse ding, ba ka nka dikgato tsa molao makgotleng a dinyewe tsa setjhaba. Lehlatsipa la bongwapo saebeng le ka etsa kopo lekgotleng la dinyewe la makgistrata bakeng sa lengolo la tshireletso ho latela Molao wa Tshireletso Tlhekefetsong wa 2011. Mahlatsipa a GBV e nolofaditsweng ke theknoloji a tlameha ho nahana ka ho fumana ho thojwa maikutlo ha profeshenale haeba ba hloka thuso ka ho kgutlisetsa kelello setlwaeding. Netefatsa hore o boloka bopaki bo hlokehang, mohlala, ho boloka diphatlalatso, molaetsa o ngotsweng kapa senepe ha o nka setshwantsho sa yona. Melaetsa ya mongolo kapa di-email tse amanang le bongwapo saebeng di tlameha hore di se hlakolwe. Sena se tlameha ho etswa ho netefatsa hore lehlatsipa le ka kgona ho fana ka bopaki ba bongwapo saebeng haeba nyewe ya tlolo ya molao kapa setjhaba e bulwa kgahlano le motlodi wa molao. Ke dife ditlamorao tsa molao bakeng sa batlodi ba molao ba bongwapo saebeng nyeweng ya ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano? Motlodi wa molao a ka qoswa ka tlolo ya molao tlasa ditlolo tsena tse latelang: ho hatikelwa ha seriti sa motho, ho kenyelletsa ho hatikelwa ho seng molaong ha ka bomo ha seriti kapa bokunutu ba motho e mong, twantsho, ketso efe kapa efe e seng molaong le ya ka bomo kapa ho se kenyelletswe ho bakang hore seriti sa motho e mong se amehe ka kotloloho kapa eseng ka kotloloho kapa e bakang tumelo kapa tshabo mothong e mong hore ho bile le temalo e entsweng, ho senya lebitso, ke ho phatlalatsa ho seng molaong ebile ha ka bomo ha taba e amanang le motho e mong, ho senya setumo sa motho. Sena se kenyeletsa bobedi ho senngwa lebitso ka molomo kapa ka mongobo, ho fumana melemo ka tshosetso, ho etswa ha motho a fumana menyetla ka tsela e seng molaong ebile ka maikemisetso, oo e ka bang o amohetswe kapa wa mofuta o amohelwang, ho tswa ho motho e mong ka ho kenya motho e mong kgatello e bakang hore a fane ka molemo oo. Motho ya fumanwang a le molato a ka fumantshwa kotlo kapa a hlahlelwa kapa tsona ka bobedi. Haeba ngwana a fumanwa a le molato wa ho arolelana ka disebediswa tsa pornography ngwaneng e mong, lebitso la hae le ka ngolwa lenaneng la naha la batlodi ba molao ba thobalano. Khomishene ya tekano ya bong ke eng, mme khomishene e ka thusa mahlatsipa a ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano le bongwapo saebeng jwang? Karolo ya 187 karolwaneng ya 1 ya Molaotheo wa Afrika Borwa e fana ka pehelo bakeng sa CGE ho phahamisa tlhompho, ntshetsopele le ho fihlella tekano ya bong. CGE ke e nngwe ya di-institushene tse ikemetseng tsa mmuso tse thehilweng ho ya ka kgaolo ya robong ya Molaotheo wa Afrika Borwa, Molao wa 108 wa 1996. Mabapi le ho romela tshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano le bonkwapo saebeng, CGE e ronngwe ho amohela ho fuputsa ditletlebo tse kentsweng ho khomishene, ho etsa dipatlisiso ka ho ba teng ha bonkwapo saebeng, le ho sebedisa diphumano ho emela le ho batla tshehetso ya phihlello ya toka le ntlafatso ya molao moo ho hlokehang, ho etsa temoso, fana ka thuto le lesedi setjhabeng, le ho disa hore Afrika Borwa e ipapisa le disebediswa tsa molao tsa matjhaba le tsa lebatowa ho tsa tekano ya bong. Mahlatsipa a ho romela ditshwantsho kapa melaetsa ya thobalano le bonkwapo saebeng a fihlellwa Khomishene ya Tekano ya Botjha. Kenya tletlebo inthaneteng www.cge.org.za, romela DM ho Twitter @CGE_ZA Twitter, romela molaetsa ho Facebook Commission for Gender Equality, ikopanye le ofisi ya provense ya CGE 051 430 9348. Botsa NGO efe kapa efe sebakeng sa heno ho kopanya le Commission. Address 49 Charlotte Maxwell Street, Fanshawe Building, 2nd floor, Bloemfontein 93000.
Thank you very much. We'll be taking a short comfort break now, and tea will be served outside the venue. I just wanted to explain the structure of the video and why you may have noticed that the voice over the subtitling and the sign language did not necessarily overlap. One might have been longer than the other. It's because South African Sign Language, the structure of South African Sign Language is different from the structure of spoken language and written language. And that is why we sometimes had those gaps or the overlaps didn't quite line up. But everything that was presented by the interpreter was exactly what was in the spoken language as well as the subtitling that was in English. Thank you very much. We'll be taking our comfort break now.
Gracias. There's also what do you say post-aggressive ambiguity of norms.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to start our second session. If we can please have the guests on the outside move into the venue. We will now be screening our second digital education material content on sexual harassment. Thank you. Apologies for that. If you just switch the light on. Our voiceover for this video. Can I just confirm, do we have a voiceover for this one, or can I read? Okay, I'll be reading the subtitling for this, the sexual harassment content, and there is Braille content available for the for both of the videos. Should our audience members that are blind require the Braille content. Can our blind audience members please raise their hands if they have access to both scripts? Is there anyone that does not have access to the Braille script? Properly, but for now I can read it out. Our sincere apologies for that. We've now ensured that all of our blind audience members have access to the Braille scripts, and I will be reading the English subtitling with the video. Mika, if you can just from the beginning. Thank you. Disclosure warning. The content to be shared may include statements and words that may be sensitive to some viewers. Close monitoring and supervision are encouraged when content is shared with children. You are welcome to the Commission for Gender Equality Public Education and Information Program. In this video, the Commission for Gender Equality is raising awareness and providing information on sexual harassment. You can expect to learn about the definitions, relevant legislations, how and where sexual harassment happens, the different forms of sexual harassment, and how to report it. Imagine if every space we entered, whether it is a workplace, school, or public area, was a space of true safety, respect, and inclusion, where no person had to worry about unwanted advances or disrespectful gestures, and where communication barriers never hid instances of sexual harassment. Yet for many in our community, this is not the reality. Sexual harassment is often pushed into silence, misunderstood, or simply overlooked. Today we are here to confront a hard truth. What will it take to break the silence and to create spaces where especially vulnerable people, such as persons with disabilities, women, and the LGBTQIA+ persons, feel not only safe but truly respected? Sexual harassment is a form of unfair discrimination based on the grounds of sex, gender, and/or sexual orientation. It has been characterized by the Labour Appeals Court as the most heinous misconduct that plagues a workplace. Sexual harassment also results in the losses for employers both in terms of productivity and efficiency, and has a detrimental effect on their brand and reputation. What legal rights protect people against sexual harassment? In terms of the Employment Equity Act 55 of 1998, harassment of an employee is a form of unfair discrimination and is prohibited on any one or combination of the grounds in the Act. The Code of Good Practice on the Prevention and Elimination of Harassment in the Workplace aims to eliminate all forms of harassment in the workplace by providing guidance on the policies and procedures implemented in the event that harassment occurs in the workplace. Sexual harassment is also prohibited by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, and the Commission for Gender Equality Act, as amended. Legally, what is sexual harassment? In terms of the Code of Good Practice, sexual harassment is unwelcome conduct of a sexual nature that violates the rights of an employee and constitutes a barrier to equality in the workplace, taking into account all the following factors. Whether the harassment is on a prohibited ground, grounds of sex and/or gender and/or sexual orientation, whether the sexual conduct was unwelcome, the nature and the extent of the sexual conduct, and the impact of the sexual conduct on the employee. Where can sexual harassment occur? Although sexual harassment can happen anywhere and in any setting, there are about 3 most common spaces where sexual harassment can take place. That is street harassment, workplace sexual harassment, and street refers to public spaces as an open road. Workplace means any space where employees work and where there's a formal working relationship. Educational settings refer to places where learning takes place, such as schools, universities, and it may also include settings of vocational training and workshops. Sexual harassment is usually influenced by the cultures and norms of a specific place. Therefore, it is a place or a space that is not regulated or does it prohibit sexual harassment. It then becomes likely for sexual harassment to occur in that place. What are the different forms of sexual harassment? Sexual harassment may include unwelcome physical, verbal, or non-verbal contact, but is not limited to the examples listed as follows. Are the different forms of sexual harassment? Physical conduct of a sexual nature includes all unwanted physical contact, ranging from touching to sexual assault and rape, and includes a strip search or by or in the presence of the opposite sex. For example, persons touching you inappropriately. Verbal forms of sexual harassment include unwelcome innuendos, suggestions and hints, sexual advances, comments with sexual overtones, sex-related jokes or insults, or unwelcome graphic contents about a person's body made in their presence or directed toward them, and unwelcome whistling directed to a person or a group of persons. For the deaf community, verbal harassment may occur through sign language. Sexual favoritism exists where a person who is in a position of authority rewards only those who respond to his or her sexual advances, whilst other deserving employees who do not submit themselves to any sexual advances are denied promotions, merit ratings, or salary increases. Hostile environment refers to an environment created by unwelcome sexual behavior or behavior directed at a person because of their sex, sexual orientation, and/or gender identity. It is offensive, hostile, and/or intimidating, and it affects one's ability to do their job. It occurs when an individual is subjected to unwelcome physical or verbal conduct of a sexual nature. It is severe and pervasive that it changes an individual's working conditions and creating an abusive environment. Can sexual harassment happen virtually? Yes, technology has not only enabled remote work, but has also introduced new forms of sexual harassment. Where the harassment satisfies the definition of sexual harassment, irrespective of the fact that it happens virtually, the conduct will still constitute sexual harassment. What are some examples of behavior that may constitute virtual sexual harassment? Some of the behaviors which may constitute virtual sexual harassment include inappropriate dressing during online meetings, online stalking, forcing employees to attend video calls while after working hours, making personal remarks on a colleague's social media, sending inappropriate or sexual memes and other multimedia material online. Digital spaces are often where the deaf community interact, whether on social media, video calls, or messaging apps. Online sexual harassment includes sending inappropriate images, messages, making suggestive comments and posts, or cyber stalking behavior. What are the procedures for reporting sexual harassment? Two procedures are available for dealing with sexual harassment: an informal procedure and a formal procedure. An informal procedure can be followed if you want your employer to bring the sexual harassment to the attention of the harasser, but you do not want your employer to investigate or take any formal action against the harasser. This can be done through, for example, a discussion between the employer and the harasser, or providing the harasser with a circular memo regarding the type of behavior they are engaging in, which is not welcome. You can choose to follow the formal procedure regarding your complaint of sexual harassment, either with or without following the informal procedure. If your employer has a sexual harassment policy or a policy dealing with complaints or grievances in the workplace, that policy will set out internal processes that need to be followed in order for the complaint of sexual harassment to be investigated and for action to be taken against the harasser. If your employer does not have a sexual harassment policy, you can discuss the manner in which the complaint will be dealt with. When must sexual harassment be reported? The Employment Equity Act and the Code of Good Practice require that harassment be reported immediately. However, the Code of Good Practice states that the word immediately means that harassment must be reported as soon as reasonably possible in the circumstances and without undue delay. It takes into account the nature of the harassment, including that it is sensitive, that the complainant may fear revenge, and the relative positions of the complainant and the alleged perpetrator in the workplace. What should employers do when sexual harassment is reported? As soon as the complaint is brought to the attention of the employer, they are required to, 1, investigate the complaint, 2, consult with the relevant parties, 3, take the necessary steps to deal with the complaint, and 4, take steps to eliminate the harassment. What happens if the employer fails to take adequate steps, and what are the consequences? If the employer has failed to take the necessary steps to eliminate the harassment, the employer can be held liable to pay damages or compensation to the victim of the harassment in terms of Section 60 of the Employment Equity Act. In addition, in terms of Section 59 of the Employment Equity Act, any person who discloses confidential information acquired in the performance of their functions relating to the sexual harassment complaint may be convicted of an offence and may be fined for an amount not exceeding 10,000 Rand. How will confidentiality be protected in a sexual harassment matter? Employers and employees must ensure that grievances about sexual harassment are investigated and handled in a manner that ensures the identities of the parties involved are kept confidential. In cases of sexual harassment, management, employees, and the parties concerned must endeavour to ensure confidentiality in the disciplinary inquiry. Only appropriate members of management, as well as the aggrieved person, a representative, alleged perpetrator, witnesses, and interpreters, if required, must be present during the disciplinary inquiry. Employers are required to disclose to either party or their representative such information as may be reasonably necessary to hand to enable the parties to prepare for any proceedings in terms of this code. What are employers strongly advised to do? Employers are strongly advised to develop sexual harassment policies in the workplace. A sexual harassment policy must set out procedures to prevent present and future sexual harassment in the workplace. The contents of the sexual harassment policy should be communicated effectively to all employees. The adoption of a sexual harassment policy and the communication of the contents of the policies to employees should, amongst other factors, take into consideration in determining whether the employer has discharged its obligations in accordance with the provisions of Section 62 of the Employment Equity Act. How can sexual harassment be prevented in a non-legal way? Sexual harassment can be prevented when employees, employers, and all those who interact within workplaces do the following. Become familiar with policies, examine own attitudes, awareness, and behaviors, observe, be aware of, and discourage sexual harassment behaviors. Be sensitive to others' complaints about your own behavior. Confront sexual harassers where possible. Seek support and assistance to resolve or deal with cases of sexual harassment. Document and keep records. Support co-workers who are being harassed and take an active stand against sexism. Act when you have witnessed harassment. Employers must hold perpetrators accountable. What are boundaries and what are the boundaries that must be respected? Boundaries are personal limits that define what individuals find acceptable in terms of physical space, conversation topics, and social or professional interactions. Sexual harassment often involves crossing these boundaries without consent, making individuals feel unsafe, disrespected, or uncomfortable. Whether in public, virtual, or private spaces, people have various boundaries that must be respected, such as physical boundaries, verbal and emotional, and digital boundaries. Therefore, when interacting with people, consent must be acquired to ensure that boundaries are not crossed. Consent means freely choosing to engage without any form of pressure, manipulation, or fear of consequences. Which institutions have a role to play and can assist in sexual harassment complaints? The CCMA, if you are not happy with the steps taken by your employer, or if your employer has failed to take any steps to deal with the complaint of sexual harassment, you can refer your dispute to the Commission for Conciliation, Mediation and Arbitration. The South African Police Service, you can lay a charge of sexual harassment with your local police station if you want to pursue a criminal case. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, you can apply to court for a protection order against the person who sexually harassed you. A protection order is a court order that sets out things that the person who is harassing you may not do and stop the person from harassing you. Addressing sexual harassment is a collective responsibility that requires courage and action from everyone involved. Reporting incidents of sexual harassment is crucial for holding offenders accountable and preventing future occurrences. Encourage victims and witnesses to come forward, emphasizing that their experiences matter and deserve attention. Bystanders have the power to intervene and make a significant impact. Supporting those who experience sexual harassment is essential for their recovery and empowerment. Please follow us on X at CGE and all of our Facebook, and the credits are rolling. Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very, very much. At this point in our program, we would like to recognize the team that participated in the planning of the development of this content, as well as the presenters and everyone that was behind the scenes. We have a small token of appreciation that we would like to hand over to those who participated. When your name is called, you could please come forward and collect the certificate as well as the token of appreciation. Ntabiseng Mofokeng. Alcina Mofokeng. Tapelo Legona. Siri, I'm worried I'm gonna mispronounce your name. Mochidisi Rasefu. Mamelo Noleng. Marty Maranda. Albert Mufokeng. Nikiwe Matebula. Samantha Brett. Mzamani Mshitilele. There are some of our team members that are not present today, but we would still like to acknowledge the work that they did in the planning and the development of this content. Sipesi Seboyoni, Geraldine Lengao, Sianda Magayana, Asakile Sigenu. Thank you very, very much. We do not have enough words of appreciation for the work that you put into creating this with us. Can we please ask the audience to give them a round of applause?
Samantha Briggs, make your way over.
Thank you very much for that and for indulging us to make sure that we acknowledge the team that participated. Now we would like to hand over to a few of our partners for messages of support. From the University of the Free State, Ms. Marti Maranda, the Deputy Director of the Center for Universal Access and Disability Support. Thank you, Marti.
Good morning. Oh, afternoon. Oh, goodness. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Commission on Gender Equality, colleagues and advocates in our midst. I think it's important to also just share something before I do the message of support. I use every opportunity for awareness. So it is important to note that while we were watching the screens as sighted and hearing people, we could read, listen, and see, okay? Where we have people who are visually impaired that could hear the information, but not necessarily know what's happening on the screen. And for that reason, I would like to just explain how the content looked like. So it was basically a video where a deaf person, and this is also important, the decision was taken that the information will be signed by a deaf person. Firstly, because they're the first language user, and that the message will come across to the rest of the deaf community in a more accessible way than to have it interpreted by a sign language interpreter, okay? So deaf person was signing on the screen, and at the bottom of the screen you could read in English captioning what was signed, and the Sesotho translation was also added for the voice that you heard. And the idea is that the information gets across to a bigger group of vulnerable people and not just those who are able-bodied people, okay? And the information might not be in sync on the video for our sighted people that could see, read, and listen, and because of the explanation that Leandri gave. Languages differ. Sesotho structure is different than sign language and English, etc. Another piece of information, sign language is not spoken language bound. So in other words, we don't get English sign language or Sesotho sign language or Xhosa sign language. We have one sign language in South Africa, and it's called South African Sign Language. Okay. And not to give more detail about that, that's a language course on its own. Okay. I'm honored to address you today as you focus on advancing accessible digital content creation for persons with disabilities. This is not just a technical or a procedural goal. It is a critical step toward equity, dignity, and inclusivity in our society. The digital world offers incredible opportunities to bridge divides,
Yet for far too many persons with disabilities, it remains a space of exclusion. Accessible digital content is not a luxury. It is a right. It is essential to ensuring that every individual, regardless of ability, can access information, participate in public life, and contribute to society on equal footing. Accessibility in digital content speaks to universal design. It reminds us that inclusive practices such as captions and sign language for the deaf community, screen reader compatibility for visually impaired individuals, or easy navigation for those with cognitive or physical challenges benefit everyone. These are not merely accommodations, but critical tools that foster equality. The work you are doing also has a profound intersectional dimension. Gender equality cannot be achieved if women, girls, and gender diverse persons with disabilities are left behind in digital spaces. These individuals often face compounded discrimination, making your efforts to create accessible content a vital step toward empowering all members of our communities. As you move forward, I encourage you to engage deeply with persons with disabilities, centering their voices in your strategies and solutions. The principle of nothing about us without us must guide your work. Collaboration with experts in accessibility and the application of international standards, such as the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, will ensure your content serves everyone effectively. Your commitment to this cause inspires hope. It signals a future where access to information, education, and opportunities is not limited by barriers, but enriched by diversity. The UFS, and specifically the Center for Universal Access and Disability Support, stand in solidarity with you and pledge our continued support for this vital work. Together, we can build a society where everyone, regardless of ability or identity, can thrive. And I thank you for the opportunity to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marty Marinda. We greatly appreciate the message of support. We are now going to ask Ntate Albert Mufokeng from the Free State Deaf Association, the chairperson of the Free State Deaf Association, for a message of support.
Sorry, I'm just finding my things. Sorry, my people. Thank you. Hello, beautiful people. Am I beautiful? Yes, I'm not sure if I'm beautiful. Let me put the cap on so that you can see me. Can you see I'm beautiful? My name is Albert Mufokeng. So now they changed my place on the program because I have to go to a meeting somewhere out of town. So I'm quickly doing my presentation and then leaving. So there's only one thing that hurt me. It didn't hurt me a lot, but it made me happy. It hurt me and made me happy. Who? The Commission of Gender Equality. I really want to give them props for the work that they did for the deaf community. The work that you guys are doing, we feel very proud of it. We feel very proud. I won't go around and say many words. I want to tell you straight, we feel very proud. Why? Because sign language, you chose it and you said you have to teach sign language and you had to put it on your videos. So I'm very thankful. Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to all the people working together. What is it, G? Sorry, I can't see it. C-G-E. So I wanted to thank you all. Now, my next point, why I'm standing here, in order to thank you. Again, as the deaf community, we don't know the CGE. We don't know the CGE. What is it, we've never seen the name before. So now we're starting to learn more and more. Why, as men, we are used to maybe sending these messages, like sending messages that are loose, just saying, okay, come here. I love you. I want to marry you. If you don't want to marry me, I'll hit you. So it's jokes that we used to, and now we feel like we've become aware of it, that it's a very bad thing. And there's laws established against that. So it's very important to educate people in the deaf community about that you cannot play with things like that. You really cannot. Which is why, while I'm learning, I'll go tell the community as well. Which is why I want to thank you again. Thank you so much. You see, I have to look back. CGE. Yes, I really want to thank you for the information that was shared with us as the deaf community. Now in the future, we'll have access. We really have access. Before we had inaccessibilities, but now we have access to this information. When I look at this video, I'm very happy. I find it very interesting. I'm proud. I can see the confident signing woman. I feel like men can't do the way that women do. When I think of putting myself there, I think, hi, well done to the deaf woman who stood and did the presentation. Well done. Another thing for the blind organization, please work with them. We fought for our language. We fought for sign language, but also their language, Braille. It also has to be considered, and it also has to be fought for, and deaf people also have to hear this information. So there are blind people here. Thank you for working together with them as well. So people could think maybe I'm blind. We don't work together with the deaf people, but now we're working together. So thank you to the blind organization and the members that are here from the blind community. Now, my last point is about our feeling. As deaf people, we'd like to say, sorry, I'm a bit blind, like you guys, sorry. I'm deaf and blind. I belong. I'm affirmed. And I feel free. That means that my language helps me to feel free. Thank you. So yes, I wanted to thank you again, CGE, for your support for the deaf community. We really have found access now. Before there were barriers, but now we are very thankful to you all people. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mtate Albert Mufokeng. We are now going to ask Ms. Nikiwe Matebula from PANSELB, the provincial manager from PANSELB, for a message of support.
Ja, le dumedisa bontate le bomme. Goeiemôre. Is it good afternoon, ne? Goeiemiddag. Good afternoon. Sanibonani. Dumelang. Ka lebitso ke Nikiwe Matebula. My name is Nikiwe Matebula, as I've been introduced. I am from the Pan South African Language Board. Ke tswa Lekgotla la Dipuo Tsohle tsa Afrika Borwa. As the Language Board, we derive our mandate from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, and we are responsible to ensure promotion of multilingualism. Ha ke tsamaya ke kenya Sesotho tjena ke ho le bontsha hore dipuo tsa rona tsa semmuso di 12. We've got 12 official languages in South Africa. However, the common practice is just to use English. And as the language board, we are responsible to ensure that no one is discriminated against on the basis of language. As a language board, we are a Chapter 9 institution. The Gender Commission is our sister institution, and we work together as constitutional institutions to promote democracy. Jwalo ka Lekgotla la Dipuo tsohle tsa Afrika Borwa, re phahamisa boteng ngata. We promote and create conditions for the development and use of all languages of South Africa, including the Khoi and San languages, as well as languages used for religious purposes, including heritage languages. So as far as we are concerned, no language should be left behind, and no language is above the other. PENSAB is an independent organ of state, and we protect people's linguistic rights, and we encourage the use and development of national languages. As a language board, we work through different structures. We've got provincial language committees for every province to ensure that we promote multilingualism, including South African Sign Language, as it is a language that is being highly promoted today. We also have national language bodies in all official languages to ensure that people in South Africa have access in their own languages. We also have national lexicography units to ensure that we have these dictionaries and language resources in different languages. We yesterday supported the National Institute for the Deaf as they were launching a dictionary for South African Sign Language. We also make sure that as a language board, we promote multilingualism and have also led by example in ensuring that our website is multilingual and the information that we give to the public is in different languages. According to the language policy of the Free State, as well as the Free State Use of Official Languages Act, the official languages of the Free State are 6. We have Sesotho, which is spoken by the majority of the population in the Free State. Hence, the video today that you saw, the voice that you heard was in Sesotho, because the majority of the speakers are Sesotho speakers. So if you want to reach the community, you have to use the language that they understand. Then the other languages are Afrikaans. Sesotho is followed by Afrikaans. Xhosa, Setswana, isiZulu, English, and then South African Sign Language. These are all official languages of the Free State. A language is a right. As a language board, people can come and complain to us when the language rights are being infringed upon. So people have a right to use their own language. We have a linguistic human rights division where people can lodge a complaint with us. So we are very proud of the CGE today, that with the purpose of enhancing access to justice through the promotion of access to information, they saw the need to look at the issue of language. So this information today will reach many deaf people. As you saw, our screen was in South African Sign Language to ensure that they understand the issue of sexual harassment. We always speak a lot about GBV, gender-based violence. And now today, at least they also have access. They have this information in their own language to know how they can report sexual harassment, as we also have that benefit as Sesotho or other language speakers. So language often is used also as a tool of exclusion, and it's a serious matter that we get complaints as a language board that sometimes in many settings or many imbizos or campaigns, etc., you find there are no sign language interpreters. So CGE has led by example today to say that we can have a workshop, we can have information that we provide in South African Sign Language. And we are very proud to be a partner of the CGE today as they are leading by example to ensure that no one is left behind on the basis of language, disability, and other matters. So the excuse in terms of languages often is that, no, when it comes to interpreting, we don't have budget, we don't have money, we don't have this money to get interpreters, we don't have money to ensure that content is available in Sesotho, we don't have money to ensure that we also reach marginalized groups. And it's a serious problem in South Africa, and it's very important for all of us to understand that to reach people, you have to use the languages that they understand. If we have all these campaigns, we have all these contents, or we have these pamphlets, etc., that are in the language that people do not understand, then it's a futile exercise. So it's very important to understand that it is law. Ke molao Afrika Borwa, we have a language policy, we have a language act that says Sesotho as an official language of the Free State spoken by the majority has to be used in interviews, campaigns, exhibitions, workshops, etc. The same applies with South African Sign Language. We should ensure that when we provide information, we provide it in languages that the people of South Africa do understand. I remember when we were discussing this content, as we also offer language advisors, Pensal, the question was the screen, how should we organize the screen, who should voice, and in which language? So it was a bit of a challenge, to produce this content, and I'm very proud that the CGE has done it very well. We had received complaints in the past that the screen for the deaf is so small, yet for us, we can see very clearly, but then for them, it's accessing language through South African Sign Language. So if you have that big screen, then they can be able to understand what is being said in their own language. The same with the voice. It was very important to say, let's have it in Sesotho. We have this majority of speakers of Sesotho in the Free State. Let's have that language also included. And then English will be on the subtitles. So that is multilingualism in practice. So I'm very proud that the CGE is leading by example. I hope that other institutions have learned, government institutions and other sister institutions have learned from the CGE that we can have information provided for it to be multilingualism, for it to be multilingual, and to ensure that we do not leave the deaf behind as we share this information. It's very important that they have information in South African Sign Language, in videos. It's not enough just to have it written down. Furthermore, we also worked with the Gender Commission previously. They provided gender terms in all 11 official languages. We are very proud of that, as well as the Pan-South African Language Board. Always proud to partner with the CGE. 446 terms available in Sesotho. The issue of terms is very challenging because even with South African Sign Language, they could be asking each other, how do we sign sexting? How do we sign cyberbullying? The same applies with Sesotho. We had to develop that terminology. There were issues of lesbophobia. What do we call it in Sesotho? Matula hose motabo. We have a national language body that assists with such terminology. So it's very important as we speak of languages, as we provide content, we also look at the issue of providing this terminology at the university context as well, where you find the deaf are also available there. It's are studying at the university. It's very important to ensure that there is terminology where PenSouth can assist with it. So thank you very much, CGE, for the invitation. We are very grateful for the partnership with the University of the Free State. I was also proud to see our deaf organizations, the National Deaf Association in the Free State, the DEFSA, Deaf Federation of South Africa, that we work together in this project to ensure that it's as multilingual as possible. And I will close by saying, according to the quote of President Nelson Mandela, the former president Nelson Mandela, who said, if you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. But if you talk to him in a language, in his language, that goes to his heart. I think with Mr. Albert Mufokeng, you saw how emotional he was, how grateful he was that this content is available in his own language. Congratulations, CGE. Halala, CGE, halala.
Thank you very much, Nikki. We really appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to move on to the last portion of our program before we break for lunch, and that is our facilitated plenary discussion, where we're going to be asking our audience members for any comments or responses that they may have on the videos or the clips that were viewed, as well as specifically for our audience members that are part of the disability sector. What are the challenges that you are experiencing when gender and disability intersect, and what can we as organizations do to address those challenges? So we'll have a roaming mic, as well as our interpreters here as well to assist. If there are any questions, comments, you can raise your hand, please.
In as far as the issues of gender and disability, where they meet, where they intersect, what are the challenges? Or maybe to break the ice, maybe please just have someone to say a few words about what we have observed today, the videos that we've been watching.
Do you think they will serve the purpose that is intended? May I please give you the mic? Go on, mic.
Yeah, from Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Notopolo Shanabeza. I'm totally blind. I'm from South African National Council for the Blind. I'm very impressed to see that at least deaf people, khanyane, but were included. And as part of the disability sector, if one wins, you all win. So I'm very happy. And one other thing is that, even though some of us didn't see the video, but we are part of today's event because everything was being explained. So we feel very much included. And one other thing is that our braille things are also here with us. Even though we don't have a program, but at least we have something important. So we are very proud of this CGE for today's event. So really we learned a lot, and I believe that we're still going to learn more going forward. Thank you so much.
You see, when you break the ice, it breaks and you start seeing hands going in the air.
Thank you, Tumi. I thought that maybe I will ask the question, although I'm not a person with a disability, but that I'm thinking of the intersecting that happens knowing at our South African police services, our government departments where services need to be rendered to our persons with disabilities. That's not accessible when reporting on cases of sexual harassment, for example. If a deaf person arrives at a police station today, will there be a sign language interpreter? So that's one of the challenges, for example. And where do a deaf person go? Because from my experience as a sign language interpreter in my past life, going to a police station, firstly, you will find police officers doubting whether you are lying that you're deaf, number one. Number two, they will make fun of you because you're using this different language. So I think one of the challenges are awareness. Besides awareness about sexual harassment, etc., to the disabled community, it's also about awareness at our institutions that need to provide the service or the access.
Thank you. Okay, maybe let me note. Okay.
Thank you. I am Ibodia Zakitala from Free State Provincial. We are pleased to be here, and my question is predominantly over the issues of I'm going to make an example, sexual harassment in the workplace. workplace. What came to mind is in an instance that a blind person, and apologies, should I use the terminology that is not acceptable? Apologies. In an instance that a blind person is a victim and has lodged a case of sexual harassment at the workplace. In the space where I'm working of labor, we will have bundle of documents which will be used for the purpose of evidence. This then tells me that the blind person will have to have a document of braille. And whatever the document that I have, maybe if there are 3 parties, we will have a set of 3 documents which are alike. I see a gap because in most instances we will be having presiding officers who would not have an expertise in braille, and in most cases they will have to verify the documents, some of the documents. Is that a space that has ever been exhausted? Maybe there has never been a case where such could be experienced. And in that instance, my reasoning tells me that there are some disability sectors whose cases must be treated differently because of the speciality that is in it, particularly when it relates to documents for the blind people. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I am Visa Bugakoto. I am the CS in education in the province. I just want to input and find out. I'm sorry that I'm not discussing everything, but I start with a question. The sign language interpreters, are they majority women? Are we short of males? Because most of the time we do get, when you look for them, that it's predominantly women. Even today, on our videos, we didn't have a male. Perhaps that's what we can improve on. And then also, I think as government and as an official in government, one has to now push and campaign for sign language to be part of qualifications when we study, because at the end of the day, with myself appointed as a gender and diversity management in education and knowing nothing about sign language, it shouldn't be acceptable and it should not be normal, and it should be taken as very discriminating on my part. It should be seen as misconduct actually. I think I will be forgiven only because of my age, because when we studied there were nothing like that. I'm approaching 60. But those who study now, it must be law that they study that. And I think in my office as gender focal persons, it should be our responsibility to develop a quota and force our HODs to develop a quota to appoint sign language interpreters in every government department, because my worry is the fact that we cannot protect them from gender-based violence as well as sexual harassment when we request them to sign for us or participate in our programs willy-nilly. Oh, by the way, I've invited people with disability, I need sign language interpreters. Oh, when can I get them? I'll call Bartimia, that's now in education. And sometimes you'll find out that you are not always there with them. You don't know when they interact with other people, how they are treated. So for the sake of their dignity and support to them, and also job creation. When are we appointing them permanently than giving them stipends? Stipends don't have benefits. They should be part of employment so that they get benefits, retirement, medical aids, and everything like all of us. Today I will not talk about the injustice and the harassment that happens to them when they visit health facilities. I'll pause there because I always never sleep when I think about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and noted. Next.
Oh, Numela. Yeah. My name is Pande from South African National Council of the Blind. Let me express gratitude for this content that has been created. One can see that there's a lot of good effort that was put in it, and it is very, very accessible. But just a comment as addition to the accessibility also, or maybe what I'm going to suggest, what's already there, but these portable audio books, where I know there is such books for other topics, just to check if that can be done, these voiceovers that it is put on these portable audio books. It is a book the size of this one that we have here, but then it has a device on the side where you press on the topic of your interest and it reads it out for you. So it is just a suggestion if it is not going to be expensive. Secondly, we are available as organizations, I think, to partner further with the CGE. Yeah. What? CGE? Am I like Albert now? Yeah. So that we invite the Commission on our advocacy, many of our advocacy programs, so that we reach as wide so we reach as broad as possible the communities that we serve. But the other people that need this information, especially when it comes to issues of disability, maybe that is the community at large, the general public, so that they become aware of things that can be or that can amount to some kind of harassment or mistreatment or abuse to people with disabilities on things that they do on a daily basis that they might think are not really an issue. And lastly, I think there's a lot that government should be lobbied on in terms of issues of gender where it has to do with disability. For example, if a victim is blind and is complaining of sexual harassment, and the perpetrator says no, but it was not me. How do we establish that the victim is correct in terms of identifying the perpetrator? And how do we establish that as a fact in a manner that it makes a winnable case in court? So I think there's a lot. It's stuff like these ones. And another one is, how does a person with disability who feels that they have been harassed and they want a safe space to report, and yet they are surrounded by people who might pose them to further harassment and further abuse and further jeopardizing, or rather further victimization? How do we create a safe space so that they can report with much ease and safety for themselves and others? Thanks.
Thank you. Noted.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Koniswa Silimela, and I'm from the Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport. What I wish to appeal for is for provincial departments to start looking at mainstreaming gender from a perspective of our departmental mandates. What do I mean by that? In July, we partnered with Pen's Lab and the Free State Deaf Association. We were looking into our mandate and the barriers that are there and how can we bridge those. We had an awareness session for our traffic officials. Now, having Pen's Lab and the Free State Deaf Association there helped a great deal because members from the deaf community were able to relate their experiences from traffic officials. Without repeating what Menikiwe has already said, language plays a crucial role in our service delivery initiatives. Now, as a traffic official, as you stop a person on the road, you must explain to them why. But if there are barriers in terms of communicating, how are you going to do that? And Mayor Marti has already said something about GBV cases and the police. That extends far beyond the police stations because now sometimes as cases go to court, there are challenges still due to language. We have cases that are GBV and femicide cases, but they end up not being prosecuted because of challenges that are there. With these partnerships, I'm really appealing for us as government to start being more active. When you look at our mandate, we are police, roads and transport. When you go to Westbeka and Charlotte Makeke, you will realize that now we have dedicated parking bays for persons with disabilities. That's because as a department, we reached out to Mangaung and said, your roads are not inclusive. Let us do something about it. And as we wrote to the city manager, the response was positive, and we were now able to ensure that our persons with physical disabilities are now freely and able to also enjoy use of our parking spaces. There's still more that we can do. And then one thing that I have to highlight is that budgeting is a serious challenge when we want to manage and mainstream disability in government. As a department, we are in a process whereby we are going to train our frontline officials. We would have wanted, as Mebuka said, we would have wanted to, at least for the 24-25 financial year, we would have wished to train 30 officials, but due to budget, we could only train 6 officials. The training is still upcoming. And Marti, I really hope that when we come and knock at your doors, for partnerships in terms of these trainings on sign language, because I know UOFs could not give us the training because we only had 6 people. But I really hope that those are areas of partnerships that we can explore. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Noted. Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dada Kumafate. I'm a disability activist. I'm from Aboriginal Task Force. My input is very short, and I think it will bring solution to a lot of problems that we have. If we can find it that Department of Health and Department of Basic Education and Higher Institutions make sure that we have a module that deals with specifically disability in the courses that we have, mainly in the mainstream. Because remember, for example, if we're having a person who is studying for teaching, and we have that specific module that teaches them how to deal with a person with disability in class. Eventually, we will get to a situation whereby, or environment whereby now our basic educators know how to deal with this person, and will also pass on the experience or the skill to the learners that they will be teaching. And if we have this as a module in other courses as well, it will also ease up the level of barriers that we have. Because if maybe, for example, we have a social worker that had a module, a specific module that teaches them how to deal with a person with special needs, it will make things easier. And as a victim, I would not be afraid to go to a police station, because I know somehow the police station would have a person who knows how to deal with me. I would not have to worry about it. But for as long as we do not have a module that teaches us, not a chapter. Chapter cannot cover albinism, blindness, death, and all. It can never. We need to have a module that deals and teaches us this thing. Secondly, in terms of harassment and all that, I believe that it is our responsibility to teach, more especially our girl child or girl children, to open up and to not always find themselves as victims. I'm speaking of a child that has a specific disability or a certain disability, that they should not feel that their disability is a burden, or it's because of maybe they are that not like God did not favor them or anything like that. I believe that the main problem that we have as a civil society is that we grow up around societies that do not understand us. And they always, instead of them trying to understand how we feel and what is it that I'm going through and what is this that I'm living with, instead they feel sorry for us, they pity us, instead of trying to learn exactly what is going on with me. They achashem kisono, instead of understanding what is albinism. And at the end of the day, I also feel that way, because this is how I was raised. I was raised as a vulnerable person, as an Hashem, she needs to be always protected. I am not taught how to stand up for myself and say, this is me, and I express myself in this way, and this is how I feel comfortable being addressed or attended to. So if we can deal with such small matters, I believe we can find a lot of things and read them. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Thank you so much. Hi again. Hello people, my name is Asina and I'm from DEFSA. I'm the social auxiliary worker. I've been working there I think for 13 years now, about. And from the CGE, I have not a lot of experience. We've had experience, but not always a serious experience, just a casual experience. But it's true that it has happened in the deaf community. And now I really want to thank the CGE. And I have a question for the CGE. When we look at how to establish when and how to establish this. We just heard about it in 2024, so where did the CG start with this and the process up to now? Then secondly, we as DEFSA, we have a word of advice. Please, to the CGE, today with the launch, please don't finish it and say goodbye. We want to keep on working together. We want you to keep on working with DEFSA as an association. Please, 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 we are asking you, continue your work, because we as DEFSA, we are the link with the deaf community. We are inside the deaf community, we experience sexual harassment, and we all know, or we don't all know what sexual harassment means or how to report it. For example, at home. So please, it happens, but it's just like, it's okay. So we want to ask you, please, work with us with this on this topic now. please don't finish the work today, say goodbye, and then we'll see you again in a few years. We don't want that. We want to keep on working with you. And also, secondly, we want to ask you, please, to the CGE, we as a Deaf Association, we want to work together consistently to raise awareness, because many deaf people in the different departments of the government departments, we have deaf people that work there, but not all of them know about sexual harassment. So we want you to involve with us and work together with us so that we can get them together and have a workshop to spread information and empower them. So when they work in a government official, not only deaf people in the government departments, but also the community, also the children in the school. Now the teacher complains about the children that think they're their best friend, but we don't have guidance on rape. They keep it quiet. They've been touched by their teachers. They have experienced rape, but they don't know how to report it. And we want to work with the CGE to raise awareness in schools for the deaf community work, for the deaf workers, for the deaf community. I want to make sure that we work together to make sure that the CGE is there when these things happen. And then lastly, don't let this be the last. We need to continue working together. Please keep the deaf keep in contact with the deaf staff, with the deaf people. We will keep in touch with you as well in the future. For the sake of our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There were two questions on the other side. I think we'll do one, and then the two hands raised on the other side, and those will be our last questions before we break for lunch.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Mohapi Mutweni from the Department of Human Settlements. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the invite. And I think I'm covered by previous speakers. And what I must indicate is that from our department, there's three of us. I'm from the special program units. We also have HR, which is represented, as well as employee health and wellness. We're working together as a team, the three of us. Now, my issue, Chairperson, is as I'm, thinking the invite. It's precisely because there's a lot that I think this launch is assisting us with, especially since there is this new policy on harassment that has been approved by Cabinet. So ourselves as government departments, we are expected to implement this harassment policy as championed by the Department of Public Service and Administration, the PSA. So this session for today, actually, I think it is also going to assist us, especially when we do awareness, advocacy, around these matters. So we just extended an invite as government departments when we are rolling out that program that yourselves as CGE, please, you will humbly request you to chip in, as we'll be unfolding those kind of programs. But the two issues that I would like to raise, Chair, especially since you are an independent body, is for you, especially on the side of the government departments, to hold us accountable, but also to assist us as the focal points, the gender focal points, disability focal points, youth focal points. In a way, you'll be assisting us in terms of accounting, or ensuring that we do gender mainstreaming, disability mainstreaming in our departments. I must indicate that there are templates from your DPSA, your Department of Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities. But I think maybe if yourself can also follow suit in terms of maybe trying to design a reporting template whereby you will also hold departments accountable in terms of ensuring that gender mainstreaming is effected or implemented in respective departments, because it's quite a bit of a struggle on our side as gender focal points or disability focal points, because sometimes we will try to work around the clock, but we sometimes are not getting support, especially from our superiors. But if maybe there's that kind of, a framework or a reporting template where you want us to report on those matters, maybe our accounting officers can, in a way, take that serious, that we need to comply, But also, maybe what might also assist in terms of inclusivity, especially for the designated groups, is for you maybe, there's a platform in the Free State Provincial Government which is called FORHOT. It's a forum for the head of departments, which usually sees almost every Monday. Now maybe if at some point you just get a slot, maybe in that space, and maybe try to speak on these issues, probably it can also assist us as gender focal points. But at the very same time, it will also make departments accountable in this regard. No, that is all what I wanted to say. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Otoeka. I'm from also Free State Provincial Treasury, Employee Health and Wellness Division. I want to talk to the mainstreaming of gender and disability and multilingualism. What I've observed is that in our departments, we are kind of not ready to reasonably accommodate those with disabilities. Yet we have a target to meet in terms of recruitment, 2% currently, and as my colleague has said here, by 2037%. So now how are you going to strategically recruit these vulnerable groups if you are not ready as a workplace? I know at a certain point in our department we had a colleague who was blind, but at that time at least he was reasonably accommodated because he had a computer that talks back to him, a cell phone that works, talks back to him when he calls, and the buttons and everything. But after he left the department many years ago, I don't know what happened with the tools of trade that he was using. Are we ready? I think we must be intentional about our recruitment strategies as well. To say we mustn't wait for the time of recruitment to say, oh, we need to buy this type of brain, or we need to buy this type of computer. We need to be always ready, like my sister has said there, that budgeting also goes a long way. That we need to budget for this part of our other colleagues and not finding ourselves running around. At this year or last year, Nana, we had a sign language training course in our department. It was so refreshing. It was done by Sign Language South Africa, by Kim Fisher. Many people were interested to attend that because I think we were about 28 in our department. It was so refreshing because we've learned a lot. In continuing the mainstreaming, I think that course must be, from part of human resource development, always be on the training plan. And people must be employed permanently, as the lady said here, and not be limited to receptionist posts. Because what I've noticed is when you find that someone is coming in the department or in the building and is signing, no one is able to help downstairs there. You only confined to say, please type. What if there's no cell phone there to type the message? So I'm of the fact that we must mainstream our recruitment strategies. Thank you so much.
Chair, if I may, I would like to respond to the issue of sign language interpreters specifically, but then also have an additional input to make. We have to be realistic. Sign language interpreting is a scarce skill. So, you will not find an interpreter for every government department. There's no way. Okay, so let's be realistic. Yes, we can train frontline staff, let's call them frontline staff, to have some basic conversational sign language to assist a deaf person. Okay? That we can do. But you cannot have a conversation on gender-based violence and sexual harassment and somebody being raped in a conversational sign language. You hear what I'm saying? And for that, you need professional sign language interpreters. And to interpret is a very particular job. It's not somebody that knows sign language. It's somebody who's conversant in 2 languages, at least, and knows it on a linguistic level, because it's culturally transmitted as well. Okay, so it's very important to understand that. So you cannot have, an investigation done with conversational sign language. You need a professional sign language interpreter. So that was my point on the sign. Oh, I also wanted to say, I worked in government for 8 years, and I know this particular department is the Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation. It has a division called Language Services, right? Language Services is supposed to render language services to the Free State Provincial Government. That's according to me. They should have interpreters available for you as government departments to be able to call and say there's a need for a sign language interpreter, and they must be able to send one. You can't have an interpreter in each of your departments. It will be an expensive exercise with taxpayers' money. It won't work because that interpreter will sit there be waiting for deaf people to come. You hear what I'm saying? Okay, so we have to be practical about it. Then, as to make another input, I also am reminded of incidences at the University of the Free State of people being, I'm not specifically saying my institution, but I think it happens everywhere, people being ignorant about people with disabilities. I'm going to use an example. I had a resident's head that came to me and said, did you know that X student is pregnant and she's blind? And I go, okay, somewhere. He says, who does that to a blind person? Now that's the ignorance I wanted to refer to, is to think that people with disabilities don't have sex is wrong. Okay, that's the stigma that we need to sort out as well. And yes, we most likely find a lot of victims with disabilities with sexual harassment, but there's also perpetrators with disabilities. And how do we deal with them is also the question. In also protecting their human rights and so forth. So that's another thought to think about.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are our last two questions. We don't have time, I guess. We are going to break for lunch now. And I'll request that everyone returns back to the venue at 2. So it's 20 to 2 now, so about 40 minutes. If we can return back at 2, we'll then finish the remainder of our program. We only have 3 items left after lunch. So yeah, thank you very much. Lunch is also in the restaurant area as you exit. Yeah, thank you.
Deaf Association, represented by Mr. Albert King, the chairperson, Department of Justice officials, and the Government Communication and Information Systems Department, all government, national and provincial officials present here today, the activist and civil society organizations that have joined us today, and everyone present here. I wish to acknowledge all of you equally and say, Dumelang. You sound very tired. Eh? Is it because you just ate? Dumelang. Uyemina. Molweni sanibonani. I can see you awaiting me on Molo. Colleagues, I would like to thank you, the provincial office, the CG provincial office, for inviting me in the absence of Commissioner Dele, who is preparing to lay his sister to rest after an untimely death that occurred. And maybe just as a sign of respect before we proceed, may we just take a moment of silence. Thank you. And so today I'm invited to give a keynote address under your theme, promoting diversity, equality and inclusion in gender equality education and transformation programming. I'd like to take this opportunity and just acknowledge that I may not cover everything that you are expecting, but let's begin. Diversity is a practice or quality of inclusion. It suggests that there must be people that must be involved in a range of different social, ethical backgrounds and of different gender, sexuality, sexual orientation, etc. While inclusion refers to the act or state of including or being included within a group or structure. Or rather, let me say, or align myself with this definition and say inclusion is the practice or policy providing equal access to opportunities and resources for people who might otherwise be excluded or marginalized. Such opportunity and resources for people might otherwise be excluded or marginalized, or such people as those who have physical and intellectual disability and members of the minority group. So both terms presupposes that there are people that in our day-to-day or in the system or within the system are not included. And so my argument is that we should not even be talking about diversity, or we should not even be talking about inclusion, because the system itself presupposes that we know and we are aware by using diversity and inclusion that there are people who are excluded automatically. So yesterday was the 3rd of December, and we all celebrated globally as the International Day of Persons with Disability. The International Day of Persons with Disability is observed annually on the 3rd. This is a day meant to help bring awareness about the importance of equality for people who are living with disabilities in all areas of society. Disability inclusion is integral when it comes to upholding human rights, sustainable development, as well as peace and security. And so here we need not to even be thinking twice that by including people or persons living with disability, we're doing them a favor. It is a human right to ensure that everyone is included. So the United Nations has issued 3 documents dealing with this concern of people living with disability. One is the United Nations Standard Rule for Equality of Opportunities for Persons with Disability. And the second one is the World Programme of Action Concerning Disabled Persons. And the last one is the United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability. And all these documents are intended to ensure equality or inclusion as the theme presupposes. So this year, 2024, under this this theme of amplifying the leadership of persons with a disability for an inclusive and sustainable future, is a theme that was adopted by the what you call it, International Day of Persons with Disability globally. And this theme recognizes the important role that persons with disability play in creating a more inclusive, sustainable world for all. And again, I want us not to even think that there is a favor that we are doing by including those who are excluded by the system. It also emphasizes the importance of participation of persons with disability in decision-making processes that affects their life. The World Health Organization estimated that persons with disability make up 16% of the world population. In other words, 1 in 6 people globally has a disability. And if you can count from where you are seated and count to the next person, that could be you. Over the years, the day has focused on different issues, such as to promote better understanding of disability and to master support of the dignity, rights, and well-being of persons with disability. It also aimed to raise awareness of benefits of the organization, of the integration of persons with disability, with disability in different aspects of life. Disability may increase the risk of poverty. I want us to pause a little bit here. Disability may increase the risk of poverty, and poverty may increase the risk of disability. And this is according to the World Health Organization. So we need to be preoccupied by finding solutions, flexible solutions of ensuring that persons with disability are on the table where decisions are made. If a person has a disability, they are less likely to have benefited from formal education and more likely to be unemployed. If employed, they will earn significantly less than any other person in the room. And these are perceptions, social perceptions that we have about persons with disability. And they all need to come to an end. The theme this year reflects the current international and political policy context, in particular, the Pact of the Future and the upcoming 2025 World Summit for the Social Development, and the need to create momentum for achieving the 2030 agenda. This is one of the key SDG goals that we need to be preoccupied by. The theme seeks to amplify centrality of the leadership role of persons with disability in all these efforts, from the global to the local. The following are key goals and call for actions for this 2024 theme. One, it is to promote the leadership of persons with disability in all areas of life, ensure the inclusion of persons with disability in all aspects of society, increase the participation of persons with disability in decision-making, raising awareness of the rights of the persons with disability, and lastly, celebrate the achievement of persons with disability. And friends, colleagues, it is here that we have completely moved from awareness, but we are moving to action. We have to move from rhetorics to action. And I listened to one official from Treasury, and I can't agree with you more that it must be a shame that as government departments, as state-owned enterprise, and as Chapter 9 institution, we still do not have systems of including persons living with disability. And for that matter, they must not be on the sideline. They should be at the center of decision-making, on the table where these decisions are made. Remember, nothing about us without us. International Day of Persons with Disability in South Africa. Again, yesterday, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, had this to say, led by Ms. Bridget Masango. It called on the finalization of the legislation framework for people or persons living with disability. That is the Policy on Social Development Services to Persons with Disability. And I want to pause here and say, for as long as we think that legislation is the answer to the problem, but not an action to the problem, we will still be misguided. For as long as we think that passing a law or a policy is a solution without allocating resources to that policy, it will always remain a lip service. While aligning itself with the international theme, this committee says it also wants to amplify the leadership of persons with disability for inclusion for 2024. So they've noted that in South Africa alone, persons with disability constitute 3.3 million individuals that have been identified. However, this number does not include those who are under the age of 4 and those who are institutional, nor does it include old age, those who are at the old age institutions, which is likely to increase. As people's age, okay, before going to this, 3.3 million, I want to make this emphasis. So if you can look in your calculator, how many government officials are employed? In 2002, it was around 1 million, not 1 million actually, it was Free State, it was around 1 million. So 2% of all government officials in Free State in 2002 was around 1 million. So at 2% of that was supposed to be persons living with disability, which is around 22,000 people that should have been employed at the time. But that quota was not met. Not only was this quota not met by Free State, it was not met by all state institutions, it was not met by all government departments. We are still paying lip service to persons living with disability. Perhaps we should be moving radically with the inclusion to ensure diversity. While government is doing some work to improve lives of persons living with disability, they remain disproportionately excluded in many ways. They're excluded in terms of access to service, they're excluded in terms of employment. And many government departments have not meant this too, I've stated. Of most concern to the committee is that the country still has no legislation governing service to persons with disability. So, what does this mean? Everyone does as they wish because there is no enforcement of any kind. During the 6th administration, this portfolio says it found that reporting institutions were not complying with requirements and that the disability rights instrument were not being enforced, monitored, or evaluated. The committee also found that the departments that were responsible have not dedicated disability right focal persons. And I want to pause here and say, I'm pleased to hear one person in the room saying, I am a focal person. But not all departments do. There is no budget for disability inclusiveness in the program. Also, departments do not implement government reasonable accommodation policy or develop department-specific reasonable accommodation policies. So we still have a moment task to go before us. And perhaps this was attributed to this lack of legislative framework that cannot be finalized or has not been finalized to ensure that these are enforced. On the 11th of November this year, the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga, during the launch of 2024 Disability Rights Awareness Month in Johannesburg, under the theme, Celebrating 30 Years of Democracy, Creating Disability Inclusive Society for Better Quality of Life and Protection of Rights of Persons Living with Disability, had this to say. The objectives of DRAM 2024 are to unite South Africans with and without disability, to mobilize an active patriotic citizenry and forge sustainable social compact that rejuvenate our society's effort to promote national identity and celebrate cultural diversity and inclusion, to inspire hope and confidence in the ability of South African government working in partnership with civil society to advocate and to accelerate implementation of white paper, which is the document I just referred to above, to communicate disability inclusion commitment contained in 2024-2029 medium-term budget, medium-term development plan, as well as the national provincial programming action. And lastly, to monitor and evaluate the state's ability, the state of disability inclusion across all departments, provinces, municipalities, entities, ensure that disability mainstream becomes permanent component of policy program. And we need to hold our government accountable. In 2029, we should use this and ask questions. How far is this monitoring? Furthermore, the minister stated that over the past 30 years, numerous policies have been developed that by government that have earned our country's recognition and respected champion of the global disability inclusion. These disability inclusion are embedded in various laws comprised in the country's legislation framework. And I just want to highlight one because others are quite common. The one I want to highlight is on the procurement. Where is it now? Well, the first one is around the representation around state-owned board. Persons with disability must be included. And the language that we're talking about today should be used as an initiative to ensure that we all, even those who are not persons with disability, but at least learn. The second one was the National Strategic Framework on Reasonable Accommodation. This one seems to take a precedence. So all government departments are to observe this. The other one is around education, to make education accessible, but it can never be accessible for as long as we have structural barriers that prevent persons with disability from accessing either the buildings or resources in particular. But we also have to give dues where it's needed, where SASSA is actually making these payments on monthly basis. But we need also to criticize and say the life expectancy and the food price keeps increasing. By increasing these grants by 10 Rand or 20 Rand is merely not an increase altogether. And the last one that I wanted to talk about is a recently signed Public Procurement Act, which mandates that a portion of government procurement be sourced from businesses owned or controlled by persons with disability. And this is where we need to be asking questions, our government, in years to come and say, this was signed, who are these persons living with disability have benefited from these resources? And of course, I must say that today marks a significant direction taken by the Commission for Gender Equality to officially launch this digital context on sexual harassment and technology. We commend the Public Education and Information Unit under the capable hands of Ms. Pilisiwe Gabela and the Provincial Manager, Leandro, for this groundbreaking initiative. And this is to ensure that we leave no one behind. We must take a pause if we have to leave anyone behind. I hope this launch in Free State will influence government and all sectors positively and adopt this model to ensure the advancement of the rights of persons living with disability. And my challenge to you, those who are involved in this initiative, make it available in all languages. That's the least we can do. Make it all available in all languages. And of course, this is a digital tool. Now, moving forward, the fourth industrial revolution can involve changes that range from minor adjustment to the features of product, to the creation of new sector and technology that transform how economy operates and how people's daily lives are structured. The fourth industrial revolution spreading around the world at different pace. We are the barriers, and what are the barriers when it comes to South Africa? We need to ask the question, what are the barriers and opportunities presented by this? And what are the risk opportunities that we can mitigate? Again, the Minister of Women, Youth and Children and Persons living with disabilities stated that her department will prioritize efforts of leveraging potential of artificial intelligence and emerging digital technologies. And perhaps we need to use this as the best model or best practice to say, we have it already as CGE. The CSIR is working on various speech to text and text to speech technology that incorporate African languages. Again, we need to find partners that are going to work with us. We must never be found working in isolation. At the recent presidential imbizo, I was watching, I think it was in Ekurhuleni, citizens raised concern on the lack of inclusive education in the country. Also, in the inclusion of the language that was used at the imbizo. I think someone raised this here, that we will still talk about 12 official languages, but in actual fact, there are people who are not really looking into this. While digital technologies are progressive, but they can also be harmful to many vulnerable groups, such as children, women, LGBTQIA+ persons, and persons living with disability. So we need these to be controlled. With the rise of social media, online platform, and digital device, cyberbullying has become an increasing threat to individuals' life safety. Technology abuse involves the use of digital tool monitoring, harassment, and control intimate partners. This can manifest through cyber stalking, revenge porn, or unauthorized surveillance of partners' digital activities. So if you are, or you know anyone who's doing this, know it's a violation of their rights. So in South Africa, the Cybercrime Act of 2020 is a significant legislation step towards addressing these issues, but it is still at its infancy, and enforcement remains weak, as I've stated above. According to Stark, coercive control, which can be perpetuated through technology, is a form of violence aimed at undermining a victim's autonomy, which is increasingly observed in modern relationships. One notable case that I want to highlight here is that uses technology domestic violence is a KS versus AM of 2020. And this case really shows us how the court deals with psychological abuse, which has been exacerbated by a partner using a digital surveillance to control the victim's moments. This case underscores the importance of recognizing emotional, psychological violence as equally damaging by physical violence. Working towards conclusion now. I know we've all eaten now. Now, recently, we have a study that was commissioned in 2022 by Human Science Research Council, which found this. I want us to pay attentively to what we are actually dealing with in terms of violence. The study of prevalence. This study has found that over 33% of South African women have experienced physical violence in their lifetime. And this is 7.3 million. These are people who confirm they have experienced physical violence. In fact, these are women. While 9.8%, which accounts for 2.1 million, have faced sexual violence. And the prevalence of physical abuse was significantly higher among Black African women who are cohabiting or not married, as well as age between 18 and 24. about 1 in 4 women have been victims of emotional abuse in their lives. So these surveys continue and say, it indicates that most perpetrators are known to the victim. Intimate partners and family members were most common perpetrators of violence. I hope we hear what this means. The intimate partner violence and the persons that were known. You can easily say those who are in relationships, those who stay together. That's exactly where this is taking place. So it's not a stranger that walks into your room and abuses you. So as we develop this, I hope we're also thinking about the security of the victim. The results also show that economic abuse is rife, with 13% of women having experienced this violence in their lifetime, and 15% of men reporting perpetration. So in other words, this 15% was admitting to be perpetrators. These are men who withhold earning, prohibiting women from working, throw women out of the house, and take women's earnings. And again, we need to think victim safety every time we develop a strategy, whether it's for women in general, whether it's for children or persons living with disability. But we must think about the risk that they find themselves in. The survey also reported the level of child physical abuse experienced among women and men. So both men and women who are children are experiencing violence, or have experienced at least violence in the past. This is an indicative of a generational cycle of abuse. And the South African Medical Research Council has done a study and provided a significant insight into alarming rate of femicide in South Africa. According to the study, an intimate partner or family member kills a woman in South Africa every 3 hours. And I know this is sad news. This is really sad. And all we want, we wish people can actually be whistleblowers. But what about their safety? So we need to constantly ask ourselves that question. If police lack resources to act swiftly and to protect victims, are we likely to win the war? The answer is definitely no. So today through this launch, we have witnessed an empowering tool that will be used by persons living with disability and all of us present here, those watching online and those who are activists of gender-based violence, and ensure that we secure gender equality in our lifetime. Ensure that's what we want to do. It is what we do now. It is what we do every second. It is what we do every minute. It is what we do every hour. It is indeed what we do on daily basis, on monthly basis, on annual basis. And only when we do that consistently, without fear or favor or prejudice, that we can arrest the scourge. We need to act, and act rationally and radically so, but lawfully at the same time, to change this picture painted by this study. And in 2018, a survey that was done by Ipsos South Africa has indicated a high number of cyberbullying in the world, as Boitumelo indicated that South Africa accounts 51%, more than average, which is 37%. So what does this mean? It means that bullying as a pervasive risk continues to strive in our country. So as we sit here, there are people who are being bullied. And again, a study conducted by CSIR revealed that children are more prone to cyberbullying than adults. But I want to argue and say persons living with disability are also prone because they cannot defend themselves. And so, in conclusion, colleagues, I want to encourage you and say, we all need to rise to reform the structures. We all need to rise to reform the systems. We all need to act swiftly. Whatever you do, remember to do it consistently. And remember to do that every day. Remember to do that every second. Remember to do that every minute, every hour. And it is only when we do that consistently, where we will win the war against the scourge. And lastly, the rise of new forms of domestic violence, particularly technology abuse, has presented significant enforcement challenges. Those who are law enforcement persons, I think someone was talking about traffic. It becomes very important. It becomes very difficult to enforce some of the technological abuse because South African judicial system is still largely reactive and focuses on physical evidence, which makes it difficult to prosecute cases of emotional and digital abuse. In a study conducted by Mayfield, it was found that law enforcement officers are often unfamiliar with how to investigate or even gather digital evidence, such as social media, harassment, unauthorized tracking via GPS app. This gap in enforcement is compounded by the fact that victims are unaware that technological abuse is recognized under the law. A point to emphasize by Mkhize is that in her analysis of awareness of victims of gender-based violence in South Africa, that people actually didn't, most of them don't know that the digital abuse is abuse. And I want you to know that it is abuse. Moreover, South African high level of inequalities highlighted by Jeremy Sickings, seem to be exacerbated and even taken to the higher level. And it is only us seated here, it is only us outside who have interest in addressing these issues. Those that have a heart to act must act urgently and act swiftly to combat the scourge. And in conclusion, I want to say, we cannot do anything. I heard there's some few officials from Treasury here. We cannot do anything without resources. It is about resource allocations. If we do not allocate enough resources, all these beautiful plans outlined by government officials will remain a lip service. And I thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the keynote address and for once again bringing the stark reality to us with the statistics, and as well as reminding us that if we want to leave no one behind, we must take the steps to make this kind of material, these educational initiatives, available in all languages. Before we have our HOD for Public and Education do our way forward and our vote of thanks, I would like to ask if there are maybe two members of the audience that would assist us with completing an evaluation document. Anybody, you don't have to. Thank you. I will then ask our HOD, Lisi Vigavela, to do our way forward and our vote of thanks. Thank you, Billy.
The colleague behind me, as I was walking up, he was saying, meaning, why the rush? It looks like we are really having what you call, we've really captured the minds to a point that he is feeling that why are we rushing this? But I guess the enemy is the time, unfortunately, my colleague, and I will then just colleagues do the way forward and vote of thanks, just so that we can release each other, so that if there's anyone who still needs to travel, that they get to travel while it is still safe to do so. Colleagues, as we were engaging, I realized that let me put away my academic written way forward that I had prepared, if there is such a thing in English, and I must rather, come back to this room and take notes. And I was doing that. Utumi actually signaled while she was at the back, Bapili, please, I'm tasking you, take the notes. And I was already on it. So you sort of like affirmed that I was doing the correct thing to me. Colleagues and stakeholders online, as we were engaging throughout the day, I actually took note of critical, areas that you were actually, ventilating on the subject. I will actually mention the issue of access to information, the issue of inclusion, the issue of multilingualism, the issue of academic inclusion and collaboration. Just, on top of everything that we were talking about, I also want to indicate that out of the concerns that were raised and questions thereof during the Q&A, moment, we actually, you've actually opened us to the following, where you were indicating the lack of visibility, the steps, barriers that are faced by the institution from a sales point of view when someone, visits a police station to actually report whatever the experience, given their rights, the experience that is there from a limitation point of view that the South African Police Service and generally the justice system that it has. You opened our eyes to, especially Mr. Mufukeng from the Free State Deaf Association, where he was saying, CGE, we can't see you, we're not seeing you, we're not hearing you, we are not seeing you. And I think that was actually talking to the issue of minimal awareness that is targeted for people with disabilities. You actually opened us to the concerns of braille access gaps for leading evidence in various sexual harassment cases, the approach when dealing with cases for people with blindness, the observations with that SALS interpreters are predominantly females. And I think one of the colleagues was saying, without even sticking to the binaries, but where are the males in all this? Because we have people with disabilities of the other gender or of the other sexual orientation, and so forth. You actually spoke to the issue of quotas for the appointment of sign language interpreters in each government department or a government entity. And I heard another colleague actually trying to defend this, putting issues of budget, that it can't be done, that it can't be true that each and every department will have its sign language interpreter, Now this talks to the issues of how generally we see things, as humans. We sometimes tend to put barriers before what needs to be done. And that is what I picked out of that conversation. There was an issue of sign language that has to be made, which I think this was very a critical what you call observation in the suggestion, where the colleague was saying sign language, it has to be a compulsory language, in all education institutions, meaning if this is basic education, that this has to be part of the curriculum or a subject that must be taught in one of the grades. And one was saying, even if we take this to the Department of Higher Education, there has to be a deliberate and a concerted effort of ensuring that we have a module that is actually enforcing not this as an elective, as we understand how the higher education system works, but this must be a compulsory a module, so that we see to it that all South Africans are actually socialized and actually, tested from a competency level before they get to be conferred whatever certificate. And I think with that, I think this was very progressive. And lastly, the other one was saying, let us digitize this information and disseminate the reach widely, so that we see to it that we hit each and every geographical area of the country, because people with disabilities are found just across the country. So if we digitize this, understanding that people are there, it then becomes easy for us to actually ensure that the education gets to where it is needed. These questions, colleagues, and concerns are directed to the state. This is how we see this as CGE. What do I mean by this? I'll explain it. So amongst us here, we have the duty bearers, whose duty, according to the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, it compels the state to address all forms of gender discrimination and inequalities. When Commissioner Nomvungu was giving us some stats on the outlook of issues of gender-based violence, because let us call, this exactly what it is. It is violence, towards people with disabilities. So he really gave us a picture of what is happening from a statistics point of view, and that picture is really alarming. And what is the Constitution saying? It says all institutions have a duty to ensure that they remove discrimination, and that we educate each other so that we can all be aware of what is happening. Without sounding like I'm taking responsibility, colleagues, for a Department of Basic and Higher Education, who are charged with a duty of ensuring that there is equitable access to education, I want to say that the issue of education and awareness should start there, so that we can educate and sensitize our vulnerable groups from an academic point of view. We understand the power of influence that children have from a household point of view. So imagine a world that would really capture children at that level, that as they grow, we know that they will be able to identify these incidences. They will be able to identify when they are about to land themselves into hot water. They will be aware that if I do this, what does it mean to myself as a person, to my body? What does it mean? You know, because we understand the impact that this has. The videos that were played here today, they made a very great awareness in terms of the impact of cyberbullying, sexting, harassment, sextortion, and all that. I won't go there. But what really helped me the most was to realize that a child can be listed. So they do these things sometimes without even being aware of the long-term effects that these could have, from a person. So I want to say that if we capture things at a basic education and higher education levels, I do want to believe that we will empower children enough such that they will be able to demand accountability. So if we strengthen this area, I know that we will socialize children correctly and they will be more aware about what to put out there, therefore preventing potential harm, and they will be able to know what to do when faced with such circumstances. Therefore, what is it that we ought to do, colleagues, from a policy point of view, in order to ensure that there are strategies in place for education and prevention? As I think I spoke about the duty bearers here, the responsibility that is placed upon them according to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. So I will actually just mention the few. First being, effective workplace policies should have a zero tolerance approach to violence, harassment, and discrimination. I understand that as we are sitting here, there are various responsibilities that are placed amongst us. One of those is either policy development or policy implementation. And it is upon each entity's duty to see to it that these policies are actually mainstreamed so that they can be effective. Secondly, these policies must, as I said, they must be mainstreamed such that they create confidential reporting channels to encourage victims to come forward. Thirdly, proper enforcement and accountability are key to ensuring that workplace environment is disability sensitive as a way of ensuring that there is reasonable accommodation for people with disabilities. Lastly, the training and awareness programs are critical in fostering inclusion and sensitivity. So let's really sometimes scrutinize the workplace education that is put out there. Let's check it. Is it gender sensitive? Is it disability sensitive? What is it that it carries? And if you can't really apply those eyes, talk to CGE. We will be able to help you and propel you to do the right thing. I really want to say, colleagues, the workplace and society must embrace comprehensive reforms that address barriers that further, perpetuate oppression, for people, on people with disabilities. So colleagues and those online, I want to conclude by saying we will continue with ensure as CGE and as Public Education and Information Department, we will continue with ensuring that we monitor the education content that is developed for inclusions to check amongst how sensitive, how educational, and how far are we going in terms of reaching the marginalized areas of our community. I conclude by saying this material that was actually played, disseminated here today, it will be translated such that it gains access, first of all, that underscore it does what? It gains access to all sectors and in all languages that we have in the country, and of course without leaving out the SALS as a language. Colleagues, I would like to thank each and every stakeholder that participated throughout this process, from the concept, generation process, putting together resources, ensuring that we have, printed materials. I would really like to thank you for that. When we partner as stakeholders, I do understand that we all know that there is value that is derived out of that, process. Please continue to engage us and evaluate us on how we have delivered today. This is very important to us. As CGE, we might not really be much of the experts in the area of disability management, but we are able to monitor certain things. And then how best can we do that if we do not get feedback from all of you sitting here today? So please really complete that form that Utumi is circulating so that we can gain even further and deeper insights on how best we can deliver in this area. Colleagues, thank you for traveling this far and for engaging us and for staying with us for this long. Liandi, Tumi, Mika, Kinilwe, I think she's sitting outside. Thank you for your tenacity. Thank you for your leadership, Liandi, in putting together this concept. As stakeholders who have collaborated with us in making this initiative a living document, we really thank you. To our interpreters, I think, words will fail me, to thank you, but I really want to say on behalf of CGE, thank you. Commissioner Mvungu and stakeholders that actually gave us insights, we've heard you. And I think I'm not going to even elaborate, further by what I mean by saying we've heard you. Colleagues, please travel home safely. And in English, we say thank you. I know that this is, there's a bit of Afrikaans, if not more Afrikaans flavor in the Free State. And in line with that, I'll say, bye, dankie. Again, there's a twist. I know someone said earlier on the 6 official languages in Bloemfontein, or rather in the Free State. So I would like to also say Giyanebuha, and in Xhosa we say Enkosi.
Thank you very much for those welcome words, Pili. That brings us to the end of our program. We've received our evaluation forms. We are grateful for that as well. We are grateful for our partners in the planning and the development of this digital content and for the guidance and advice that was provided to us as the CGE during this process. Thank you to the audience for the constructive engagement, especially those in the disability sector for presenting eagerness to continue to work with the CGE. We are ready to propel this project even further. Thank you very much, and with that, we'll close the program.